Welcome, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well tonight or this morning. All right, so SurrealDB today. More specifically, permissions. So we'll continue where we left off. To remind you what we did last time, I'll quickly switch to it. So last time, we actually defined the user table. All right, we have users. So we have user, email, and I additionally added the created at and updated at. Those two fields. Added those two fields, and we also have the define access defined. All right. So what we have left now, the other thing that we also did was to set up our database connection on the JavaScript side. And it's relatively simple. Wasn't anything crazy here. We just passed the token we received from Clerk, and that's it. And we also have a little component where we could, try to authenticate and maybe return the user, what do you call it? A record. And that's pretty much it. So let me just fix this because this shouldn't be this way. And yeah, we'll just complain about DB possibly being undefined, but we can live with it so far. So what next? So the goal today is to apply permissions, because if we look at our schema, we have a lot of going on here. We have our posts, topics, and series, which shouldn't be too much of a reason to worry for the user. And then we have the users themselves, comments that they can, like. They can also like posts, mark posts as learn, all those little things. And some users can also be marked as if they authored a post or they approved somebody's comment if they are owner of a post. But the whole idea here is that we don't want, every front-end user, even though they created an account, which is like, 5 clicks, log in with Google, and done, you have your account in a database. We don't want them to suddenly, add new series or remove posts or maybe add themselves as authors of posts. It shouldn't be allowed. So the idea here is that now that we have the users signed in as record users, we can apply permissions that restrict access to various records. And so we're going to go through how, basically how to define them in SurrealDB and how we can restrict things to some extent. So maybe we can hit the documentation and see what's out there. By the way, new version of SurrealDB was released, so maybe we should actually take a peek at that to see if there is something of significance for us. So let's go here, and last time we were here, but what we can do is probably just go to GitHub and a new tab, and we're gonna go to SurrealDB, and there should be a database somewhere here. There we go, SurrealDB, and I believe there's a new release, Alpha 10. I haven't had a time to peek at what changed yet. Let's see if maybe there's also on their main page, because usually a few days later we have the like a changelog for a specific version. So let's see. We have docs, we have all that. If we'll go to the database, where do I usually see changelog? Releases. No, we still have release 9. So we're gonna take a peek at here. We're gonna do compare version 9. Let's just switch them around. Okay. So what happened here? Upgrade the HTTP Hyper 1.0. We don't worry about that. That's Rust stuff. Updates. Add aliases for complex feature flag combinations. What's this? Okay. This is linked to a PR. Okay. We don't need to worry about that too much. It's not a big deal. At least from our use case. Slight improvements to RocksDB range scans. That's good to hear. Method chaining. Yes. So it would be nice to allow method chaining and idiom paths. Additionally, we have had the enum entry for part methods in the code for a while. So what does it change? It implements method chaining and idiom paths. So we can do, for example, an object dot entries to get entries of it dot flatten instead of calling something like array dot array colon flatten and put an array here. We can just call it dot flatten, which is awesome. ABC lowercase, true is number. Those little things. This is awesome. If that continues, it's gonna improve a lot in my opinion. So I'm very happy about that. So what's next? We have skip assert for type option T and value none. Oh, doesn't mean we can remove some stuff from our queries? As observation, there's no use in running the assert clause for non-values when the type on the field is option. I mean, that's true, right? Although, not entirely true. It changes the assert clause to not run when the value is none and the type on the field is option. Huh. So that complicates some things in my opinion. I'm not sure that's a good change. Because I can see where you want to assert if the non-value actually makes sense. Because maybe you allow the value of none on the field to be none only if some other value is set to something else. And suddenly you need to move this functionality all the way to events or something. It'll be nice to have an option to bring that back for specific, like a variant of assert. Not sure. I don't like it. Let me see if we already don't have anything in our schema that uses this. Not sure if we have it actually here. Not in the user, right? Because so far we have if the value is none or this. So here we're just accepting the value none. So here in our case, we could just do straight up this in alpha 10, which is kind of nice. But I presume that's in most cases. But I think I already used in a few areas something where let's see, there's an option here. Let's just search for option. Schema approved, authored, no asserts. Here, it can be none or something else, so this is good. Okay, in our case, we're safe with that, but I have one different schema where I believe I'm allowing none to be set only if some specific other conditions are met. So that's a big breaking change, I'd say. Alrighty, what else do we have in the new version? It's good I read that, huh? Because I'll be scratching my head what's going on, why things stopped working. Okay. Implement anonymous functions. Oh, really, it would be nice to allow for reusable anonymous functions in SurrealDB. So let double is, oh, so this is probably the capture group. What we're capturing, the property number? No. Oh, it's just, I guess Zig or some other language uses those for capture groups. But here, this is like an equivalent of parentheses in an arrow function. So we just, it takes a number and doubles it. Okay. Do we have documentation for this yet? Documentation. No link yet. But no documentation. We have documentation for them already merged. Wow. Anonymous functions. We'll define anonymous functions using the let statement. Okay, so only in the let statement. Basic function definition, define an anonymous function, doubles, okay. Some other example, concatenate, we take A and B as strings and we just add them. And we can just, oh, so we literally take the name of the parameter and run it like a function. Cool, I like that. I can already see, I wonder if we can assign existing functions to those, because that means if we could pass around existing functions like that, like, hey, a double is take this and run either this function or that function. But assigning will be even more fun. Define a function with default parameter. With a default parameter. So greet is, we have this as a string. Returns a string, I guess. And we, in brackets, this is not an object here, this is just an execution block. Okay. For default parameter, where's the default parameter? Not sure what's default here, really. Error handling and type enforcement, you can also enforce type constraints with your functions to prevent type mismatch. Yep, this is string, so these examples don't have that? No, they had that. Hello returns hello. Type mismatch. Yeah, so all of those have those type constraints already in place. Okay. These anonymous functions provide a flexible way to define small reusable pieces of logic that can be used throughout your queries. By leveraging them, you can write more modular and maintainable SurrealQL. That will be for sure helpful. Just so that we have just one let instead of performing a bunch of stuff in few areas, few spots in a same query. So, sub functions and whatever. It would be just nice to also be able to, you have an if statement that returns a function and you can assign it to somewhere. So depending on what you had in that if statement, you could store that function in here and then call it later in one spot. This way you wouldn't have to have two copies of the same thing in two if statements. If you could just use that in various areas, but maybe that's the next step, And this is also in the let statement. We have a little mention of the functions. The syntax for the let statement is straightforward. The parameter name is prefixed with a dollar symbol. Okay, I guess $@ makes it a dollar symbol here. Oh, just like that. Okay. Usage. Okay. No more examples here. Okay. Cool. I am very much looking forward to using that actually. What else? Fixed JWT AUD array. Oh, I know somebody will be very happy about that. Fixed specific match statement Exiting early, disabling default audience validation also works for JWKS. Not sure what that is. Fix errors in supply chain, security workflow, serialization improvements for SQL value. Fix record casting from string. Oh, is that something we encountered last time? Casting into a record with a specified table to validate was not possible from a string. Okay. I see. No documentation needed. Okay, I'm not gonna delve into code, but I guess it's all good. Add bearer access type and its basic grant management. Initially to uses to generate stateful bearer keys associated. Hello, Mithridates. Yeah, the error with not being able to create those, get a table from a string or ID from a string. Some conversion was sketchy, I remember, but I don't remember if that was exactly it. It was just a different way to convert from between record types. Okay, I know this is a big deal with this bearer access type and its basic grant management. So let's just skim through it. Initially, to allow SurrealDB users to generate stateful bearer keys associated with a system user, an unlimited number of bearer keys can be associated to each system user. So they can be used for service-to-service authentication without having to share the username and password of the system user. Okay, bearer keys can be issued to a particular user with the access something grant statement, which will create a grant. Grants can be listed with access list and revoked with access revoke. When defining a bearer access method, the maximum duration of grants can be defined. Okay, so we can basically hand out specific bearer tokens that can be managed additionally. Okay. But also it's an experimental feature, so it might be still here, might not be here anymore. Okay, so trying to cast worked in 1.x, but not 2.x. Yeah, I remember it was something where if we wanted to cast, I'll just write it here. So something like record A, B, C, D, E, F worked, while record of user like this didn't work. So worked in 2.0, worked in 1.5. So that was the case. So when we upgrade at some point, we'll definitely take a peek at that. Or maybe we'll update tonight. We'll see. Okay, what else do we have? Implement typed function returns. Oh, so we can specify now? Or I don't remember if we were able to specify it or not. Let's go to the pull request. There are options to type many things in SurrealDB, but not yet function returns. This adds that. Oh, that's great. This way we can make sure that the whatever you're returning, if you fail to write your code properly, it will just error out, hopefully. So that's interesting. Cool. So we just have an arrow and a value, and that's it. Why does it seem familiar? Oh, GD script, and probably, yeah, and GD script is the same syntax. That's funny. How many things are similar between various languages and completely different technologies. Fixed lints. Okay, just a bunch of lints, okay. Fixed temporary value dropped while borrowed. Fixed loading point types cannot be used in patterns. Huh. Okay, so these are fun changes. Is there a container up and running yet? Let's check. SurrealDB Docker. Let's see. This updated 1 day ago. That sounds good. Alpha 10 is available. Perfect. So let me quickly log in where I have to. This will be probably here. I'll be right back with you. I'm just trying to not show sensitive stuff. Okay. There we go. So we have the stack for SurrealDB. So all we need to do is make it 10. And we'll just do update the stack. Bam. Sure. We'll see if it breaks. Usually takes a moment, but we'll be just up and running on the newest. And I know some of you might be internally screaming, "Oh my gosh, there's a password in the screen," but this is 100% local and for testing only, so I don't care. All right, it's just for the purposes of streaming. Alrighty, so we should have the version 10 running. Let's see if it's gonna work. Gonna get our Surrealist. And let's just connect to our, I have like a separate test one. Do we have anything here? Nothing here. So, well, I was able to connect, so that's good. Return. Hello there. V alpha 10. Boom. Running. Good. Okay. Everything still works. At least returns work. So, okay, we're all updated. So let's get back to our documentation, because we went through all the documentation about authentication, how to do that. Now we can just start taking a peek at actually protecting our data, our tables and fields in particular, because there's no separate protection things for functions yet, but maybe one day, who knows. Alrighty, so let's go to Surreal query language. We'll go to statements, define, and we can start with the table. Okay, and the table, we can see that we have this whole thing called permissions. So let's see where that's defined. Here we go, defining permissions. The following shows how to set table level permissions using the define table statement. This allows you to set independent permissions for selecting, creating, updating, and deleting. So the way we can do that is that, we have our table definitions, and I believe at the end, right? Is it all the way to the end? Yeah, this is right before the comment. Right before the comment, we can say permissions for, and for what? And the thing is that we can define multiples in one row. So for select, do this, for create and update, maybe that, yet for something else, something else. So we have select, create, update, and delete. These are all the 4 operations available as far as I know, at least for now. And basically, the way it works is that we say, let's say for selecting, so if we want to see if the user can select as in read the post, read the values of it, use it in any kind of read-only fashion, we can add condition. So published needs to be true. So this way, only published posts can be selected. Additionally, a user can select all their own posts. So we have or. So either of a post is published, the user can read it, or it's a post written by the user. So yeah, that's, I guess, pretty straightforward. You can see everyone's posts as long as they're published. And in addition, you can see your posts no matter if they're published or not. Well, for creation and updating, user can create or update their own posts. So if you were to create a post, you can only create one that has your user ID set. And then deletion, a user can delete their own post only. Or if the user also has admin set to true, they can delete pretty much anyone's posts, even though they can see them. So that's interesting. You can delete somebody's post as an admin, but you just can't read them, which kind of makes sense. You don't want the admins to start poking around reading people's stuff. So this is an example, and this is an example for a whole table. And the thing is that you also have an option of none. It's not explained here. It will be probably explained in some other area, but you can see that you have permissions, either none or full, or specify for each one of them. So full would mean that everyone can read, write, delete, or do everything with those entries. None means nobody can do anything. And additionally, we can alter those. And none is the default. Okay? So in our case, in our current state of the, what do you call them? What do you call it? In our state of the schema, everything should be read right now because we can't read anything. The only difference is the user. Because if we'll take a peek at what we define the user as, I'll just remove this. In the user, we already have used those permissions. We decided that for selecting and deleting users, only the users with their own ID are allowed to do it. So this here is not that important at this moment, but I'm keeping it there because in the future I want to have some other, maybe not actual users, but maybe some little services go in and maybe clean up or do something of that sort. So I'm going to leave that access thing. But here we have it as an example, and this is basically for a whole table, because I don't care if it's if it's a username or email, or in that case that's all. If that's available here. And here also it means that if we have delete or something, it's for deleting the whole record. And then for the fields, we just have no extra permissions specified. It just doesn't matter, all right? But in many cases, we actually want something to be restricted per specific field. So instead of just reading about define table, let's take a peek at define field. So in define field statement, somewhere further down, we can actually take a peek here. Again, the second to last, right before the comment, we can specify permissions. Exactly the same syntax. Permissions, plural, either none or full, or you can add those selections. And as long as we have this or, in this case, at least, it means that we can have multiples. All right. So let's see. Example, asserting rules, override, setting permissions on fields. There we go. You can set permissions on fields to control who can perform operations on them using the permissions clause. The permissions clause can be used to set permissions for select, create, update, and delete operations. So here we have the similar thing. We have permissions, and we set them only for select, update, and delete. So we have no permissions for create. That's for emails. For select, where published is true or user is off. So basically, users can read all emails that are either published or their own. Users can update only their own emails and delete their own emails. And in addition to that, all the admins can also delete emails. But nobody can create them. Interesting. So I guess that will be the system user could create everything, right? Because system users, those rules don't apply to them. The permissions clause can also be used to set permissions for all operations using the full keyword. Exactly. And by default is also none. So that's why I'm saying that there's no permissions set for the create. Therefore, it takes in the default, which is none. No permissions at all. All right, so let's start testing it out maybe. I want to see if we can do this. So I should have, the website running. And last time we had this login to DB where we could click it. And somewhere here in the console, we should have information. Failed to fetch and third party. Yeah, all that is fine. But here we have, there we go. There's our user record because I'm still logged in and all that is here, right? So that's good. So our record exists in the database. We're logged in. So now what we can actually do is try to figure out how to, structure it. So maybe I should actually clean things up on the in our learning Surreal repo, because in stream 4 we had only the access and user. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna create yet another folder, stream 5, because that's what we're working on today. Wow, already 5 streams. And what I'm going to do is I'm gonna copy all those beyond the diagram. No diagrams yet. Copy and to stream 5, paste. And what we're gonna do, I'm actually gonna remove the user because we overrode it. So we're gonna copy this guy and plop it here. And the same thing for the access. Okay, this way we have like a starting point. And I can probably push it here. So give me a second so that if somebody really wants to, there's a, where is it? Learning Surreal. All right. We're going to mark it as stream 5 start. And therefore there will be changes as well. What did we actually change? So let's push it. There we go. And let's start working. So looking at our diagram, things like topics, series, and posts, we don't want the users to be able to query it because the website itself will already display all the posts, have their IDs, and everything that we actually need about them, about the contents of the post. So we don't want it. We don't want any of that displayed there, at least for now. Then we want the user to be able to access all the comments and maybe like them and do other things. So yeah, so that would be that. And I added info that we also want to add the likes count to the comments. So we're going to do that as well. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but we should manage. So let me think. So let's close all those things up. User, did we actually change something here? What did we change? I am not sure. Strange. Okay, so we have comment. What did we change? Nothing. So what do we have in the comment to decide? We have things like content, who made it. We want that for everyone to know about the comment. When it was created, who posted it, what it's replied to. I mean, who posted it, what post it belongs to, reply to it, and see if that's approved. Okay. So those are the things that we want to basically be able to read. So I'm going to add permissions, okay? And I'm going to define table overwrite so that we can just paste it and it will override the old definition. So permissions, I want full, right? Because we want full permissions to everything here, but although I'm not sure, is it possible to define permission for field that's full? No, we don't want that either. um, yeah, let's look at the documentation because we have for fields, right? And for fields, we can specify for select expression. But what if I want to allow everyone to select and then do nothing with everything else? I guess I always return false. Let's see. So let's do that permissions. We have for select and create. We want everyone to allow to comment and read the comments. Can I do that? I don't think I can do that, but I'm gonna try to do it. I really want to see what happens. I just need to figure out which is the database that we're actually using for this. This one, I guess. Let me just see, because we have only user here. Oh, I see. So let's try to define that table because we don't have anything else in here yet. This was the fresh one. So let's see. I'm gonna run this. It accepted it for some reason, but that doesn't mean that it actually is gonna work. Huh. And let's just add that we have a comment defined on it, just for something for now. Okay. Define a field comment. I mean content. So let's look at in the designer. We have comment with content. And we have permissions. We have full create access, full select access, and none for those. Okay, so we can do that. We can actually use the full and non-field values for just specific things. That could be worth adding somewhere, mentioning, I believe. Because I don't recall, is there some other content just about permissions? Am I missing some parts of the documentation? Because we have security, we have summary, record users, permissions. Yeah, permissions just point to define table and define field that don't have much explained. Interesting. But we figured that part out. We can just say full or none for just that. Let's just make sure that it actually runs, because maybe this here just shows stuff instead of checking it. So let's try to do it, right? We're just gonna do create. And oh, we're gonna write it down here. But we'll see if it actually works. So create comment, and maybe we're gonna set content is hello there. This article stinks. Okay. For some reason, all the examples I've ever set are negative, but that worked. And the is bad. We're gonna try to do it through code on the website so that the user actually tries to do that. Although for next, I could probably try to log in as that user. Oh no, not with a token probably. I don't know. I am not sure. So let's, instead of running query select from auth ID, let's try to run this query. I would just need to do it this way for now. I know it's ugly, but hey, this is something. There we go. We can do it this way. So if we're gonna run this, let's see what we're gonna get it back as a response, because it should be that newly created comment. So let's see. Where is this? Here. Let's refresh. Click. As a response, we got hello there. This article is bad. All right, that works. Can I run delete on it? I would just need to have the specific ID. And okay, we're gonna copy it and try to use it. So we're gonna do delete comment, bam. Let's see if we'll be able to run it. Refresh, run. We didn't get a response. Let's look at the Surreal here. Comment. We still have those two comments. Okay, so we were not able to remove it. We just didn't get an error. I guess that's intentional, right? Although it depends, because right now we tried to delete a comment. And if on that comment, the permissions would be specified where, you know, we don't have select rights, therefore we weren't supposed to be aware that this thing exists in the first place. Not getting the delete error is kind of nice. As in, it doesn't say, hey, you don't have rights to delete that record. But at the same time, it would be nice to have a response in the style of, you don't have permissions to do that. Oh, wait, this is actually tricky. I think I'm trying to understand why there's no error response for that deletion. That deletion. Because the thing is that the deletion can have various ways to check if you're allowed to delete something or not. Maybe because there's some connection somewhere, or maybe because this or that. And if you're gonna get a response of, you know, you don't have rights to do that, that already tells you something about it. So, I mean, in some way, it would be nice to have an info, you know, a deletion failed due to permissions. But at the same time, it kind of tells something. So I know, I just don't like the fact that we get a response from nothing. It's kind of strange. But then, on the other hand, I wonder if we were try to delete multiple things and one of them we are allowed to, then it's gonna do something. So let's try something, because I want to actually understand it. So let's say that I'm going to copy something like this. Okay. I'm just gonna grab a new test file. Let's make it SurrealQL. We're gonna make it tests table, okay? Test table. And we're gonna give it permissions to select create full. For delete will be when on where? Let's check that, because I don't remember. Where, okay? So where? And let's do something simple. Let's say that the auth when auth.id is, we don't have anything. We would need to be able to set it here. Define field. Let's do can delete, okay? Type boolean. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna say that, you know, because I could check the permissions or whatnot. I don't want to do that. I'll just want to say where can delete is true. Okay, that's all I want to check. That can delete is true, and then we have we are able to do that. Otherwise, we cannot. So that will be that. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the ability to select. Okay. And content is there just for fun to just put something. Okay. So let's grab this and put it in our schema. Bam. Oh, problem. Type. What's the problem? Unexpected type expected on table. Number 13. Boolean. What was the definition? I forgot. On table? Oh, of course. I think that's the thing, right? Okay. And this was silently run somewhere. Oh, that's true. Content on test table, Oh, I'm messing everything up. The field can delete already exists. Didn't I just paste it in? Oh, I didn't copy it. That's what it is. Sorry, guys. All right. This should work now. Let's just check our designer. We have test table, can delete boolean and content. So now we can just do create test table set, which is gonna make it content is a, and then we have can delete false, right? So we should be able to just add this here. We're good. I'm gonna add a bunch more, like B, and let's say that it's true, and maybe C, true, and D, which would be false. Okay, so now when we go to the Explorer, we have the few records, and 2 of them can be deleted, the rest cannot. And I also want to create an extra one through our frontend, just to see if that works. Bam. And that should work because permissions specify that we have full permissions to create whatever we want in there. So let's take a peek what's going to happen if we're going to try to run that code from the front end. We should be able to run it. There we go. We got another one of DDD, just different ID. So, and it cannot be, can delete is false, right? So it should exist right here. Yeah, there's a second one. So let's maybe just, I just want to, for some reason, I really want to make another one with true. If I can spell things in the first place. Refresh, run, and we got the E created. Okay, so now what if we're gonna try to remove all the records from the table? We're gonna do delete test table. Okay, this should not remove the table from, unregister it, but delete everything that's in a table. So let's try to do that. As far what I expect is going to happen is that we're gonna get only 3 fields returned because these were deleted, but nothing else is gonna get returned because nothing was deleted. Let's just take a peek at delete statement because I don't know if it even tries to return something by default. Because that's another case. We have delete somewhere. Delete. Okay. And we can specify what kind of thing is returned. Basic conditions. Yeah, basic usage. This is all the records from the table. Graph edges. It's not being specified here. Don't return any result. This is the default. Okay. So this is the default. While we can return either the difference before or after. So maybe I would want to return before. This is interesting if this is gonna work. Because notice that here, our permissions, we don't have permissions to read. We don't have permissions to even list the records. So if I'm gonna do before delete, select everything from test table, let's run that first. We should have absolutely nothing. Access to fetch from, let's try again. Message, there was a problem with the database. Parse error, expected token identified. Select. I really can't spell today. Let's click again. And look at that, empty list. We got nothing. And the reason for that is that what basically happened here is that SurrealDB, I don't know if it's specified, if read per database is specified to null, if it just gives up. But if there was a condition that it checks, it will basically get all the records and then one by one check for those read permissions if they are okay for the specific user, one by one. So we'll run it 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 times. But what if we're gonna try to delete it? Can we return the value? Delete test table. Come on. Delete test table. Return before. Because this should return the state of the deleted record before it was deleted. What the heck's gonna happen? I hope that it's gonna say that deleted. I mean, it's gonna say nothing and return nothing, or at least a list of empty objects, and actually delete them, because if it would return the values, that will be a security problem. So let's see. Moment of truth. Did I save? Yeah. Click. Oh no. We just hacked the database. We don't have permissions to read, yet we were able to read the records that we're allowed to delete. I don't like that. Because what if we gave somebody in the front end, like, okay, these are the records that exist, and we gave them only partial information they're allowed to, and the IDs are protected that they can read them, but they can mark that, okay, I want to delete that record. Not good. We've got a problem. And I'm gonna write it down to submit some kind of PR at some point. Not PR, I mean issue, because this is scary. Yeah. Deleting without having read access can still use return before. Yeah, edge case. All right, but it looks like we're able to delete only those specific ones and returned only those that had that can delete true. The ones that didn't have that didn't work. So where do we have that? Here. And when we refresh, we are left only with those. All right. Okay, so we learned something. So basically delete normally doesn't return anything. It will return, at least for now, if it only those that it matched for, because everything else, it assumes that you didn't have permissions. I just don't like that we can read. And I assume the same thing would be if we could update something. It assumes that we can read it. Therefore, I believe update also has an option to return before and after. Let me think. So let's look at update. Alter the return value. So we can do also return before and return after. So what if we are going to do something that I assume would be common, that in the test table for update full, that we can update all the records, or for update is where can delete is false, right? So again, we don't have an ability to read those values, but we can update every single one that can delete is false. I set it to false just because that's the ones that we have left in the database right now. Okay, cancel here. That's to update the record. How does it differ from a field? Huh. Because what if we didn't define any permissions on a table? Well, let's copy that and check that too. So what if we have a situation where we absolutely, test table 2. Let's say that we have something where we have no permissions, right? Just no permissions at all. And we define a field content, and maybe we will define that the content permissions are full, okay? And for can delete, permissions are for create, where can delete is true. All right, so we could create that only if, okay, this is getting weird. Let's start with simple things, because I think I'm trying to do things a few steps ahead of time. Let's get rid of this assert, and let's say that we have permissions full for both of those, okay? Can delete and content. And this would be for test table 2. So let's try to run that. Table 2, test table 2, everything run. Okay. Looks like we defined it. Test table 2, there we go. Permissions for something like the database, for where is the permissions? Everything, no permissions. For something like fields, like can delete, permissions are full for everything. Well, by default are null. Doesn't mean I can still create it. That's a very strange thing. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So let's try to do it. Create test table 2. Set content. Let's just do it like this. Content is hi, and can delete is false. Okay. Let's see if we can actually run it. If we can create something in a table where we don't have create permissions allowed. Here. refresh, and run. So authenticate, prepare. Getting some problems here. Come on. There's no problem. There was a problem with database. There was a problem of authentication. Where did that come from? Oh, I got logged out. This one I did, right? So let's get back here and run it again. Okay, now we did that and we did get nothing in return. Doesn't mean that we weren't able to create it. In Explorer, there is nothing. Okay, so we weren't able to create it. So something tells me that you won't be able to create or delete or edit anything unless you have those permissions specified on a table. So yeah, let's continue testing. So let's say that here we're gonna specify permissions, and we're gonna say for create is full. Okay. Again, Control S messes things up. So let's just update this little part. We allow to create for full. And as long as we didn't specify anything on the fields, we were able to do that. So doesn't mean that fields by default have permissions as full, as allow for everything. That's what it feels like. So basically there's no point to... This is tricky. We're gonna check something in a second. How do we specify the permissions? Full for everything. Okay. So this was pushed, so that's good. So let's see if we can create our table now. I mean our record now. Click. Okay, now we create our record. So now we're allowed to, when we have the both specified, that the table allows for has permissions for creation and the same thing. So if I'm gonna define field over right, oops, the same thing here, and I'm going to remove those permissions. All permissions off. I'm just gonna redefine those two fields. I just want to make sure that I can still create if those permissions aren't set on them. Refresh. Click. We were able to create. Okay. Great. And let's copy the record ID so we can try one more thing. So now that we created that, where's this? What if we're gonna do update test table 2 this, and contents instead of hi will be hello, okay? And I know can lead to true. So let's see if we can run that, because looking at our table, the whole table shouldn't allow us to update. So go here, refresh, click. We've got nothing. We weren't able to update, and I presume here is gonna be the same. Test table 2, refresh. Both are high. So what if we're gonna specify permissions full? I presume this doesn't change anything because it already has kind of full permissions. But I just want to make double sure. And we go here, refresh. Boop. Again, we still weren't able to create. That's great. That means that so many windows and I'm jumping around. I'm losing track. So we don't need this. And as long as we do for update, it's fine. So for update is full. So we're able to create, and now we are able to update. But the thing is, so let's try that. All right, I'm just gonna go step by step until we get to the point where things that shouldn't happen happen. So we updated schema, and now we're allowed to update everything. Okay, so okay, so basically, now I should be able to run it. Click. We updated it. All right. I'm just gonna update the message so that it will be even more fun. So that worked. That's fine. But what if I want to add return before? Okay, before the update, what it was. I want to check what the value was before I updated it. That means I will have read access, right? So I'm gonna do this and where is it? Here. Refresh, click, and I have the hello before the update. Okay, so that's already kind of not great because I didn't give it the read access. What if I'm gonna push it a little bit further? What if I want to update on a test table 2? So this, can I run a subquery because I want to get everything like this, where can delete is false. I just want to make sure that that's how we can query them because I don't remember now. Yeah, let's copy this and see what happens. Here, okay. So we're gonna, I just want to make sure that I have data here. I'll just do 1 to 3, okay? We're gonna set only that one. Run. Problem where, okay, select. That's probably the problem. That's probably how we won't be able to update stuff. I'm looking for a loophole right now. I got pulled away from permissions. I want to understand them. Select BAM or like ID from test table 2 or something happens. Run it. We're able to update this too. So something tells me subqueries will be still tested and I won't be able to receive anything because the select will fail on the front end side of things. Where's my front end code? Here's the front end code. So I'm just gonna run this and I'm gonna make it ABC. Okay. And I presume that select will just mess things up. Refresh. Quick. Yeah, we weren't able to update anything. So that's a good part. But I'm wondering if there's a way to just do something with where, but I don't expect that it's possible without select first. Hmm. Yeah. So we'll have to find table, all this stuff. So what if we're gonna do something differently? What if in our schema we'll say that, because right now we have permissions to read and update and create everything here. But what if I'm gonna make it so that the can delete permissions none. There are no permissions to read it, okay? So what's gonna happen if I'm gonna say that you have no permissions to update it, this field you don't have permissions to read it. So I'm going to do, I'm gonna update our field, okay? Done. Now in our code we'll still have that I want to update the content of that specific one. But what was the specific one? Where was it? This one. I won't touch the can delete because I don't have permissions for it. For reading and anything. If I'm gonna go content set hello to that thing, or maybe like hello again. Can I run this query now? Because in theory, I'm just updating, which I have access to, at least to that specific field. So I should be able to, but the return before should let me read what was the previous value, and I am afraid it's gonna bring the value of the other thing, which kind of wouldn't be nice, but maybe there's some security for that. I'm hoping for that. So refresh. Okay, we got only content. We didn't get the other value that we don't have permissions for. That's great. That's awesome. That's very good. So what if? What if I'm gonna do an extra thing? Let's just look at our elements here. What do we have here? We have two fields with can delete set to false. Okay, I'm fine with that. We have two values and we cannot read the can delete, which is good. The user isn't supposed to read that. What if I'm gonna say, because right now I have permissions to create update. So if I'm gonna do for delete on a field, that will be that I can delete that specific value. And I specifically said that I cannot read this specific thing here either. So if I'm gonna do for allow for deletion as well. Okay. That means that this can delete still shouldn't be returned if I'm gonna try to delete everything. That's gonna be the thing. The thing I'll be fine with that. So wait, not here. I need to put it here. Okay, that's good. And therefore we can try to do delete test table 2, everything from it, and return what those records were before we deleted them. So let's save it, refresh the page, and run it. Okay, we got only the content because the can delete was, I wasn't able to read it. Okay, that's great. So basically, what's missing from the documentation is that there was somewhere in some spot, or probably not even mentioned. I need to double check that because in the documentation of the what was it? Define table and the permissions, we don't have any mention that the permissions none are the default. Okay, there's no mention of that, unless maybe somewhere here, but not really. Schema full tables, permissions. Yeah, there's nothing about default. Default. We have for this only here. So there's no mention that tables have default permissions for set to none. So that would be one thing missing. And for a field, for the field, there's nothing here, but I recall there were some examples somewhere. Default. Where did I read it? Way too many default entrance here. Why do we read it that was the default? Huh. We use the permissions for operations using the full keyword. And that's for the field, but the thing is that the field by default has full permissions anyway, so you wouldn't use that. Because we were able to see the field, like can delete, even though it didn't have any permissions set or had permissions set to only update. The moment we did something else, yeah, there's something wrong here. So from now on, I'm assuming that fields have full permissions straight ahead, straight up for everything, while tables have no permissions for everything from the beginning. That kind of makes sense because it allows you to just specify things on a table and then all the fields are like, okay, sure, whatever. And then if you want to lock some things up, you need to do it per field. Okay. So on table, you open up. And the only thing is that when we deleting stuff, sure, the fields, you can read them. It's just deletion also kind of queries. I know, I guess you need to be careful with what you're doing with the database, yeah. Weird stuff. I would just probably look up the return before or something, depending on if the user has permissions for reading this stuff in the first place. Okay, so now I'm gonna clean up those test tables because we don't need them anymore. So in the designer, the test table 2, delete or remove, I should say. First test table, remove as well. Thank you, method rates. And on the comment, we accidentally got the can delete field, which we don't want. Save changes. The query was not executed due to a failed transaction. The field content already exists. Oh, I guess I guess Surrealist isn't fully aware of things. So let's abort that and let's do it manually. Remove field. What was it? Did I need to specify remove field or remove something else? Yeah, remove field. The name on table. This remove field can delete on table comment. Bam. And now designer, we have everything updated. Great. Good. So let's continue now that we have some kind of understanding how it goes. So all that I'm gonna clear here because this was just test data on our comment. So on our on the comment for the regular user, I want them to be able to list the comments because it will, most of the queries will be, hey, give me the comments for this specific post. Okay. And then the user should also be able to create comments, but no deletions allowed and no updates allowed. Although updates will allow at some point. For now, let's just have create and select. So for the content, do we have any restrictions? Creation, anything? Not a big deal, right? Create with whatever content you want. Get the content as well. For the author, we want to be able to read the author. And for setting the author, we need to allow only to set yourself as the author. So permissions. And we're gonna do for create, it will be where the author, which is already an ID, is auth ID. Okay, you can set only yourself as the author of the comment. So that's that. For reading, it doesn't matter. Created that. I mean, you can try to write something to it. You won't be able to because it just overrides a default value. So not a big deal. And you can check the date when the comment was written. Then we have post, which is which post it refers to. So basically, when you're writing the comment, it just needs to make sure that the post exists, and if it's a reply to it, it's not from the comment. Yeah, the integrity of data is already taken care of. You can just put whatever value we want here. If it's invalid, you're gonna get you're not gonna get through. So that's fine. Reply to, no weird restrictions either. You can reply to whatever you want. And then we have the last one, which is approved. So default is false, and I want to do something like permissions for create none. Basically, you don't have rights to set it as created at all. This just gets false by default, and that's it. Okay? I guess that should work. I can still check if the comment was approved. But no, actually not, because I don't want to be able to see the comments that were not approved. No querying whatsoever. So not only I don't want you to be able to read it, so for select, it will be none. You can't even select that field. Or for update, so let's just do straight up. You can't select, update, create, or delete this value. You don't have permissions, no matter what your permissions on the table are, okay? I'll just make it this way. And then, so therefore you won't be able to see this field, but I also don't want you to be able to see, like you as the user, I don't want the user to be able to see the comments that weren't approved yet, okay? That's the whole idea here. So for select, we don't have full. For create, we have full. But for select, where, and we need to make sure that the approved is true. So the user will be able to select only the ones that are true. This is gonna get plenty more complicated as we get to the point where We need to specify, sure, you can see those that are not approved, but only if you are the author of the post that is being submitted. So that's going to complicate it a lot, but we're not there yet. We're starting with the basic stuff. Okay, so we've got that part. I think that will be it, right? As long as approved. As long as the comment is approved, you can see it and you can create whatever you want. No changing or deleting comments, because when a comment is permanent, unless it gets disapproved. Okay, so let's grab all that and redefine it. So wherever I have define field, I'm gonna add overwrite because it's 2.0 and we have to use that everywhere. So here, bam, run. Okay, no errors. So in our Explorer or whatever designer, we don't get stuff yet. So I was able to click on something, it just doesn't display. Right click, erase graph, fit viewport. Yeah. The moment we change the query again, the table is gonna get fixed. But in the meantime, I think to make it work, we already need comments. Posts. We already need to have some other, relations defined before we can even, start putting stuff in a database. So let's just start looking through the rest of the stuff. So we've got a comment. Access, we already have defined. Approved. Let's copy and just paste it here. I'm gonna put them side by side so things go quickly. And maybe to make it a little bit smaller, hopefully everyone can still read it. So we don't need this remove field anymore. We have define field, overwrite. And we're gonna be adding a lot of those overwrites. So that's all defined fields, right? Oh, just two. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We don't need anything with remove field anymore. And define index overwrite. Define event overwrite. Okay, now it should be good. I'm just updating everything to work with 2.0, and that worked. Cool. So this is gonna be a second, unfortunately. And all the remove stuff we're gonna get rid of. And whenever we have define field, we just do overwrite. And the same thing for the index. There we go. Run another query. Bam. Okay, this is going somewhat fast. Okay, and here we're good. Perfect. Run it. There we go. So designer still is broken. Is about. Okay. Run. Okay, everything runs well so far, so that's promising. We have learned from which we need to get rid of those, add this, and that. Okay, cool. So I've liked, wow, this schema is actually pretty large, I must say. We've got some files going on here. right. Paste it here. Good. Halfway through. So, do we have a remove field something here? No. Beautiful. So we do all the define field and override. And then we have additionally an event and an index. Okay, we've got our post defined. Now just the extra requires. No more remove fields. And rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. But hey, that's what happens when new features come out, right? Okay. And 3 more. Probably just only 2 more. So override for the topic. And index. And the last one will be, because user is already up to date. Yep, user is up to date. Now just the viewed is the last one. Okay. So viewed. Oh, the viewed can be just placed however many times. Sure. Okay. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Okay. Cool. We have the to do, make it keep only lasting queries at some point. All right. So everything's updated. And our designer now decided to display things. Okay. So this is everything. Okay. I don't think this is displaying any permissions. I vered out. So if we're going to go to our user, where is it? User. All the way on the left. Okay, great. So yeah. So now we can, if we want to be able to comment, we need to, first of all, have a post defined that has a million rules. And oh no, I don't have anything to create posts en masse, right? So we're just gonna need to create a little query. Yeah. So let's do that. Yeah, it will be helpful to have 2 users. Let me see if I can just check the users on what it involves. User, and there's some random ID, but we just do it by email. Oh, the user ID is in the ID corresponds to the ID that's in the clerk. So let me just log into that. Not this. Let me log in here. The same thing, but I'm gonna do it on a different, in a different browser with a different account. Okay. This way, I'm gonna have a second user. Okay, continue. Okay, done. So now when I go to Surreal, I'm gonna click user, refresh. Oh, I need to log in. Refresh. Okay, we've got a second user that just logged in. Okay, so the Ben author. and I can probably just copy the ID. And we're gonna use that one as an author. Okay. So let's do it that way now. I'm just gonna paste it here for now, whatever. Create post. And I'm just gonna do post 1 for now, just for sake of some kind of legibility. Set. And what do we absolutely have to set here? Because I want to set the absolute minimum. We need the title. Surprisingly, title and descriptions don't have any length specified, which is strange, but at the same time, this will be all set by the database. Users don't have access to that, so we can live with that. So, title is post 1, right? Description is 3 dots. And the slug needs to be an actual slug and unique. Slug will be post 1. There we go. Featured, default is false, obsolete. We have to specify it manually, so we're gonna say false. It's not obsolete. Draft is false. And then we're gonna have learnable, let's say true. OG image, we can leave it for now empty. Let's say that it doesn't have that, although probably will complain about not being set. Ay, ay, ay. OG image, la la la. Published on. And that needs to be a set. So published on. Nothing. Okay. Just empty set. That should work. Published at. Okay, we need to specify it. So be published. Wow, this is a real schema. You have to put in so much data. Just single thing. So be time now. All right. And then we're gonna updates. We have a default for updates, so we have nothing here. We should have a default for the published on as well, you know. Let's just have that. I'm just gonna run it quickly here. Oop. Okay, and hopefully that means that here we don't have to specify this. So, updates, no updates, default is good. Then we have last updated, which should update itself. And this is purposefully left where we can set it ourselves. So that's good. And okay, that's it. There's no author yet. So let's try to run it. I'm just gonna select only this. Problem. Do we miss comma anywhere? We have an extra comma. Found. Foxy. False. Okay. So we've got our first post number 1. I'm just gonna quickly make number 2. Okay. And run it. And we're gonna have post number 3 as well, just to have a number of them. Or we can probably just do, never mind, this is enough. We have 4 posts by now. So if we're gonna go to Explorer, posts, we have 4 posts. Although we need to link that there's one author of them. So that'll be it. So let's just see authored. What we need to specify in that relation. I'm just gonna copy this and maybe create a new file, test data, and just plop this guy here, just as a reference. So authored relate. We have that this user authored, and we do post. We can just specify post 1 and 2, 3, 4. We created 4 posts, so we're gonna relate that they are all written by the same author. I just want to have some realistic data so that commenting suddenly works. So what else? We need to do set, and what fields do we actually need to set on authored? In, out, notes. Oh, nothing. Okay, so we just relate them and call it a day. Okay, makes sense. So let's run it, and we have 4 relations. Perfect. That's absolutely great. So, and here we can add to the test data that we have that relation created. So we've got that. So now we don't care about any topics. We don't have, no need for that right now. What we want to do is basically create a comment. Okay, so let's try to create a comment as a, from a perspective of a system user. And that should give us some idea if the query works. And then we're going to try the same thing, but from the perspective of the normal user. And if we are able to query them and if we are able to do other things. So let's do this. I'm gonna do create comment and set. Okay, we just want to create a new comment. And what do we need to set here? Content is this is bad. Author needs to be who wrote this, and I'll say that the comment will be from user non-existent, and that should not pass. So hopefully we're gonna get error that this didn't pass, because you should check if the user exists in the first place. I want to double check that it still works in version alpha 10. Created that, it's gonna set itself, and then which post it belongs to. So let's say that this is the post. Will be the post 1. Okay. What else do we have here? Reply to, nothing there. It's not a reply. And unproved, of course, by default is false. So this should be all that we need to create a post, right? Run and says, oh, author doesn't conform. So I would need to use an actual existing user. Run, and now it accepts it. Okay, so we've got a first comment. So let me check if we won't be able to log in as that user, huh? Because that means we will need to have a token, so never mind. So let's just do select everything. Select everything from comment where the post is post 1. Okay, so we should be able to select all the comments that are for the post 1. Run it, and we've got the first comment. Cool. And including approved. Let's see what the same query will result with when we run it through our front-end user, the record user. We refresh and run. We didn't get any records. Why is that? Because it's not approved. Ha. Okay. Cool. So that worked. Because where is it? So we just get rid of a bunch of this stuff. It's about, contains, learned, liked, and all this stuff. Post. What did I change in post? Oh yeah. Sure. Liked, requires. Jeez Louise. Not user. This was comment. There we go. So in our comment, we basically have it that only the comments that are approved are visible. So in that case, let's do it. Oh. If I have full permissions to, oh no, this is only to create, so not to edit. Okay, we're good. So let's approve the comment. We'll need to create a relation approved from the user to the thing. So relate this user approved, and now we need a comment, and the comment is this thing. Comment was approved, and do we need to specify an out? Date sets itself. Note is optional, and that's it. So we should be able to just run this to approve it. No, field must conform to not value ID in with record. Field must conform to inside this comment post authored user ID. Oops. So in our here for approved as an input, it's supposed to be a user. And user should not be empty and should be inside the list of from approved. Select everything. Wait, what? It's supposed to be approved, what post it points at, and all the authored users and their IDs. I gave you a real ID, so what is the problem? And this post is by the same user. Oops, I just created another thing, but oh, I had user. No, this is good. Something's not right. Okay, so let's start querying it. If we have this, so I guess I could just return for now. Return. And we'll just have something that has the Comment post. Oh. Why do we have like this? Oh, everything up points to the comment. I don't know if we have that relation specified correctly. I thought we tested it if it works recently when we defined it, but this is weird. So we just ay. So we need to let's just check this. Post will be this. Return me the list of user IDs that authored the post one. We have the list of that user. So I want to check if this user is in this. Should set true. Okay, that's good. So something tells me this part is wrong with this comment.post. This part is probably weird. Hopefully we don't have to separate into separate queries. So let's start from a different side. We're gonna take the user that we have, and I want all the relations that are authored and all the posts from that user. All the posts that the user approved, okay? I mean, oh, wait. These should be the posts that this user authored. Why are we getting one? Authored. We have 4 relations authored for 1, 2, 3, 4 for the same user. What the heck? Why does it say that this user authored only one post? This is very strange. Something's not working right here. I don't like that. Is it a bug with version alpha 10 or something? Because it seems like it was running properly before, right? I recall that we were able to create those, approvals. I remember being super excited about it. Let's see if I still have it here. No, I don't. Let me just real quick bring it back down to version 9. Hopefully it's gonna still work. Hopefully it didn't change any data and the weird stuff. So just gonna go here. SurrealDB this one. Let's get the version alpha 9 and update the stack. So bear with me for a few seconds as we revert to alpha 9. Can we connect? Yes, we can. Can we run this query? We still get only post 3. What the heck? What's going on? Yeah. Are you still there, Mithradites? or somebody else who's aware of SurrealDB. What the heck am I doing wrong? Yeah, because I'm trying to do fairly simple query. I take a simple user and say, hey, give me all authored relations that point to a post. As in, I want you to show me all the posts that were authored by this user. So it should return a list of posts. Returns a single post. While that user, if I'm gonna go to Explorer after connecting, I can see that, I have 4 posts, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the authored is also 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I hoped I wouldn't need to do that part. So I guess let's do select everything. Select this from from that user. And that works. Interesting that the other one returns just one thing. Huh. So in theory, this should work. So I should be able to do post.author and then see the other way around. So we have post. For each post, I want to get the authored, the author, right? I should be able to do that. Oh, user. Yeah, we've got four posts. I got the same user, so that's fine. But how does it work with the dot? Because we have this comment.post in here, which, to be honest, in my opinion, should work, right? Leads to the comment from which we take the thing and the thing. Running a subquery inside the assert would be, possible. Huh. Worst case scenario, we could just have an event to double check that after we assign things. So it's not the end of the world. We don't have any events right. No, we have some of them, but still. How can I replicate that? Do we have any interesting fields on a user? No, nothing on a user, nothing on authored, and post can only point to comments. So in theory, I should be able to do authored post. But comments don't point for relation. Ay. Method says, I like to break down graph statements in this case. For example, select id likes dot everything as graph likes, comma, and then likes this and that as graph likes cat. Yeah, I'm just trying to to verify the assert statement, where the assert statement just does something, right? Okay, so as graph.likes, and then Yeah, it would be a field that holds the value of this as this dot this, and this dot comment as this dot comment. As in, you can check out that field and see what produced. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of unhappy that, whatever's inside assert, I cannot really do that. While this refers to an approved that I cannot create until that goes through. But okay, so let's just do it this way. I'm gonna comment out this statement and we're just gonna YOLO. Okay, we're just gonna run this. We removed it. Okay, now we're gonna create a relation, run, and we have it done. So now I should be able to try this statement and basically tinker with it. Okay, so let's do it like this. Select. We need ID of that specific thing. So it'll be select from this. So this is the list. It returned that. Therefore, value in this should work. Return that this thing in this thing. It should say true. Oh, it's false. Okay. I'm getting confused. So let me just run this thing again. Everything else, go away. When I run this, I get a list that has this ID. Wait, I get a list of lists? That's what it is? Oh, that's probably what it is. Comment. Right? So So this approval points to a comment from which we got the post. From which we got the authored. What if I'm gonna make it as, how does it clean up? As Wololo, okay? What does it look like? Wololo is a list of a list. That's what it is. So let's think about it. We have the post that we just approved, and that post returns a list who was authored by, from which we get an ID. No idea what it tries to make it into a list, but if we're gonna do 0, hopefully it's gonna work. Oh, no, it doesn't. What am I gonna do here? If it's in the first element of it, run, false. What the heck? Return results of this, please. Oh, that's why, probably. Select value. From only. Limit 1. Okay, and now we can do 0. That will just return a single element. No, that's still a list. So that means I will need to... Oh, geez, Louise, this is becoming really long and windy. This now should say true. Okay. Wow. There we go. This is in this subquery. As... I mean, we don't need to specify as. From only approved. And this will be this. Oh, so ugly. Well, let's see if this works. Run query. We can go to the Explorer and remove that approval because it shouldn't be here. So now let's try to relate them again. Oh, it worked now. Okay. Now the query works. Yeah. It's ugly, but it works. Okay. At least that's the thing. So we have that relation working. That means that now our front end should be able to see that single comment because it's approved. And we don't have the value approved because, you know, there's no access to it. Okay, that's great. So what else did we do here? We were working on the comment. We were checking for selection only if they're approved. And the fact that we cannot see the approved. And we have an actual permission set. Only that we can see the things... Wait. We can create only the ones that, you know, we define. So now let's create a comment. Sure. Did I have something here? Yeah. So this is the comment that we can create from the front end. So the way we're going to do it is create comment set. Content is worst article ever. An author, I'm going to set a different author. I'm going to try to set that somebody else wrote that comment. This will be about the post too. So let's try to do that. Should return nothing. Refresh. Click. Message found user for field author with record, but field must conform to this and that. Oh, now we suddenly got an error. Wait, what? It tries to say that this user doesn't exist. Oh, I see. So this is actually unexpected because we tried to set this value, right? The content is this, post is that, and suddenly the author failed. The author failed because comment author, the assertion says, hey, I need to reach out to that user and get its ID to make sure it exists. But we're running as a user. So if we're gonna go to the user table, we can select only those users that have the same ID. So basically this fails says like, hey, this user doesn't exist. You can't set this comment as this is the author because it doesn't have access to, because you personally don't have access to the user. Because you can have access only to yourself. This is interesting. That means suddenly we can't have this assertion running here. Because let's say we're gonna get the ID of the user that we actually are, which means I could just make it as auth.id, and that should be satisfied, right? Because this will be me. This will be this one as sending it. So let's refresh and run it, and I expect that we're gonna have another error. Bam. Found post 2 for the field post with the record this and that, but field must conform to this and that. So in this case, I know that the second part of the thing, if I can just show it here again. So in the comment, we have the post. Post cannot be empty, and this additional stuff. That this reply to is none. Here it is none, so this part is fine. But this doesn't work because we don't have access to the post itself. Oh, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. So that means that I would need the posts. I would need the user to give access to at least the IDs of the post. I hope that the user wouldn't be able to list posts directly, but I think we'll need to actually specify that. That's unfortunate. Because if I want to specify this here, the user could just put in whatever the post ID they want, and therefore they could create comments on the posts that don't exist, and now suddenly pollute the index and just a bunch of weird things going on. Sure, nobody will be able to see the comment, but it just hangs out there and eats data and slows down queries. And other users would actually be able to list those comments because they can list all the comments. Okay, so this actually forces us to do that. So suddenly, when the comment is pointing at the post, we need to allow to query it. Ay. I mean, in theory, we could just have this post. I have post interactions, but I wanted to have this little smaller version of the post that's kind of like pre-selected fields only. Because post has a lot of fields, and that means that for every field I would say like, oh, you can't query false, 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 a bunch of other stuff. But now when I'm thinking about it, this table view was supposed to get the number of likes, the number of comments, the number of other stuff, and it won't be able to maintain it because the way the table views, like the pre-calculated tables, or I always forget the name, the way they work is that they will only get triggered to make changes whenever there are changes made to post. So if I have a user new relation, user likes post, that post won't get updated, therefore this calculated count here won't get updated either. That's not great. And having a bunch of separate tables for likes, for this and that, That kind of sucks too, because I can't grab everything at once. Although, one thing, let's actually try that. Because if that would work, we could make it so that the comment for the post assertion checks for this part here. And therefore, we still wouldn't need to give user access to this, because this table will be always up to date, and therefore we have this clean, like no permissions at all. So let's try to do that. This should be fun. Don't want to save it. I want to go to here, and in the define statement for table, we have something called pre-computed table views. In SurrealDB, like in other databases, you can create views. The way you create views is using the define table statement, like you would for any other table. Then adding the as clause at the end with your select query. So you can define that, right? So define table, average product review, type normal as select. Okay, so as select. And you just continue your select. Basically, this is normal select statement with from where, group by, select, for example, count, math mean, and all the other stuff. So this just is gonna create a bunch of records. And then you can just query it. And this is the thing I remember. There are a few important things which make our views far more powerful than a typical relational database view, and a few limitations to keep in mind. Starting with that, with what makes them powerful. Our pre-computed table views are most similar to event-based, incrementally updating materialized views. Let's explain what that means. Event-based, meaning that when you run, add, or remove data from the underlying table, in our example, the review table, it triggers a matching event in the average product review table view. Materialized view, meaning that the first time we run the table view query, it will run the query like a normal select statement, but then materialize the results instead of normal views which behave like bookmarked select queries that just look like tables to the user. So incrementally updating, meaning that for any subsequent run, it will listen for the event trigger and perform the most efficient operation possible to always keep the result up to date instead of just running the select statement again. So basically what it means is that it actually is a real table with actual data in it, and therefore when you're running query over it, it's not a subquery. You're querying actual existing records, existing data. But it also, when you add new records to whatever it's listening to, or remove, or do some modifications, it's gonna rerun only the little query that needs to update, to keep itself up to date. But the thing is, while this functionality can be replicated in many other databases, it is usually only done by expert users, as it can be very complicated to set up and maintain. Therefore, the true power of our pre-computed table views is making this advanced functionality accessible to everyone. As mentioned, though, there are a few limitations to keep in mind. First, while subsequent runs are very efficient, the initial run of large analytical queries can be slow and use a lot of resources. Yep. Second, while both graph relations and record links are supported, the table view update events only gets triggered based on the table we have in our from clause. In our case, just the review table, not the product. We are also using the query in the query, meaning that if you delete a review, the average product review will reflect that in near real time. However, if you delete a product, it will still show up in average product review. So that's the thing. If I would make this kind of view on the post, if any relations like likes or something else changes, suddenly the table view is not gonna get updated. But I think I have something that will solve it, because remember, from can be run, it can contain multiple things. Oh no, but if we have multiple things in from, doesn't mean that it just compiles them into single list? Oh no, that's probably true. Ay, ay, ay. Let's figure that out. Get a new thing. Oh, I got some comments here. Look at that. So define table post test. Okay. Type normal as, and we do select. And we'll just have the ID, comma. Oh, let's just do name, comma ID as post ID. And what else do we have? What else is there on the post? Author. Oh, no author. Just that, okay? From post. What's gonna happen when I run this? Run. Explore. Post test. We see our 4 posts. The ID is post test post 1. While we were able to capture the post 1, post 2, post 3, and post 4. So we were able to find this. That's good. And name, there's no such thing as name on the post. I will need to go and change it. Where we have the, instead of name, we have the title. Run. And this will update our thing. Fresh. There we go. Because we modified it, it basically recreated from scratch, as far as I understand. That's the only thing that would make any sense. But now, if I'm going to do something like authors, or more like from posts, select me everything that points at it as authored. And that will be user as authors. Okay. I'm gonna run this. Bam. We're gonna get those authors. Post test, refresh. We have an array of 1 element everywhere. So now look what happens if I'm gonna make the post 2. I'm gonna add an author. So let's just get the user ID of the one I'm logged in as. Okay. And we're just gonna run a quick query. Something like relate this user as authored post 2. Okay. Bam. I have the relation now defined. But when I go to the post test, refresh, see, post 2 still has only 2. If I would make something with a post, let's say grab the post 2 and maybe make a description will be, oh wow, save changes. We'll go to post test. Now it's updated. We have those 2 things because we just touched that post. So that means that that's the problem. But I want to start figuring out the query on its own. Okay, let's just grab the query on its own. And maybe somewhere this is good enough. Run this query. Okay, so what we're getting from it is those 4 options. But what's going to happen if I'm going to do comma authored? I'm going to take list of posts and list of authored. But something tells me I will just get those two lists one by one, and I'll try to extract everything from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have, so we got the authors, this and that. Wait, what the hell's going on? 1, post ID, title, 2, 3, and 4. The next one, there's no title, but we were able to post ID was supposed to be just the ID, okay, and author couldn't find it. And because we have 5 authored relations, it just listed them here. Ay, this is not good. So that means we can't just do it. Too bad we can't just point from this and make, you know, monitor or something. Whenever change happens there, please find relations. But that will be probably extremely complex to figure out which one relates to which one. I think I understand what the problem is. Yep. So we can't do that. That means we need to make the post itself. Where is it? So that means we will need to add data to the post itself that keeps itself up to date. So we have the post, right? Has all those things. So we will need to add more fields beyond the updates and last updated and all that stuff. We would need to do define field override, and this will be likes count. Okay. On table post, type integer, default 0, and we also make it. We don't worry about permissions because nothing can have access to those permissions. So that's the default. And the idea is that we're never ever setting it ourselves. Okay, let's just add comment to it. Calculated automatically. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. We have likes count, then we have comments count. Okay, table post and calculate automatically. And I think that's all we need because we need to be able to display to the user how many likes this post has and how many comments there are. Sure. Okay, let's just do that. And therefore, how do we get that? So when we create a post, it doesn't really matter, right? Because, oh wow, it got created. Yay. The only thing we care about, you know, when we create the new post, basically, you know, nobody liked it yet, nobody commented on it yet. Therefore, this stays the same. I'm just gonna run those two, add those two fields already. I'm just gonna go here. Okay. Of course, triple M in comment because that's me. There we go. So now what we can actually do is go to the liked relation. Okay, so we can make an event. Define event on like created or on like, we don't even need to decide it like on because it's just a name for us to name something. So it'll be I'll just name it event update likes count. Okay, just something like this on table liked, and we can say when. So let's do when The event is in either update or delete. Wait, create or delete. Because the thing with relations is that you can't change in and you can't change out after the relation is created. So you can't just retarget that, oh, you know what, this relation really points to this one instead. That's why I thought initially that maybe it's possible to change it, but it's not possible. And Mithridates, I just saw that you suggested flatten, that it could look nicer. And that probably could handle the instance when there's no first element a little bit better as well. So I will definitely do that ASAP. Approved. Instead of doing this, we're gonna use the brand new dot flatten instead of doing array dot flatten and wrapping this whole thing. We can just plop it here. So thank you for that. Now let's just push it ASAP. Bam. Good. Now back to our light. So we're creating that event, and this event will run only when we create it and or delete it, that light. There's no extra data here, nothing about it. So the only thing we care about is that the thing that we point at, we need to update it. So when we create it, oh, let's actually have separate events. Yeah, let's have separate events. Yeah, that's a good idea. So event is, or no, maybe not. So let's do it that way. The let new count is, and what we're gonna do is basically the after, because it doesn't matter when the event is happening. Before or after is the out, which is what was liked. What happens here is that, oh, because we have liked for posts and for, so that's a little complication. we'll get there. So whatever the likes count is of this thing, the new count will be plus if the event, oh, we can't do that. Basically if event is create. Wait, didn't we have like a specific syntax for that? I keep forgetting. Let's go to if. Wait, where's if? If else. If condition, then that. So I want to see it. If this, then that. Cool. So if event is create, then do I need to include the return here? I don't remember now. No, I don't have to. Hopefully. Then 1. While else -1. So this should basically calculate the count either incremented by 1 or decremented by 1, depending on if it was create or delete event. And then we're gonna say basically update this, what we're pointing out, in this case a post, where we set the likes count to the new count. And that should be it. That should be enough to actually, when we create a like or delete it, to update the count of it. This event is gonna get triggered whenever we create or remove liked relation within the same transaction. So you can think of that whenever you create like, it instantly updates the record, like instantly in the same transaction. And because it's transactional, you shouldn't have a possibility where this person liked, the other person liked as well, and somebody else, removed the like at some point, that suddenly, things are gonna get mixed. Nope, we don't need to worry about, recalculating it from scratch or any other thing. We just maintain up and down, and that should take care of it. Additionally, look that we're not checking if we're liking a comment or if we're liking a what do you call them? A post. It just checks the likes count. So whatever we're pointing out, it doesn't matter. That means that we can grab the likes count and comments count. And in my case, I just want the likes count, and I can go to the comment and define it here. Okay. The only thing I want to also set is permissions. And for basically none, for select full. Okay. So for the comment, I don't want anybody be able to change it. Oh no. Oh no. We can't do that. We just can't do that. We can't let a person from the front end to create a like, because then the event will fail, because the event will try to update the post. Oh dear. This is all falling apart. Looks like we're being forced to basically be able to... Huh. Ay. So... we might have some trouble here. Because things are referring to the post. We were just finding that there's no way for us to provide those pre-calculated values, because there's no way to keep them up to date, because whenever user likes something, I guess this would be best shown here. So if a user clicks like on a post, the idea was that the like gets created, right? The only thing we would need to change is that the like can't really check if the post exists. So that's already the one thing that I'm not happy about. And then the idea was that the event gets triggered because the likes were created, and that event then updates the value inside posts, like that calculates how many likes there are. And the whole idea to have that number is so that users can't just start querying likes, because there might be hundreds or whatever. It's an expensive query. So that means that user will need to have access to updating the count so that the event works. And that messes everything up. Huh. So we can't approach it that way. We can't have that value pre-calculated anywhere, because that means the user at any point would need to have access to writing that value directly. I think that might be the point where I'm finishing today, because that's something that I can't see a way to avoid. We will basically need to have an ability to specify that an event automatically has different permissions than whatever happened when likes happened. unless events actually have permissions, extra permissions. We could test that, right? Because maybe events are separate. So let me think. So we don't have access to the post. So what if I'm gonna make a new table? Yeah, let's just make a quick little table. Something like this. So let's say that we have a table. We're gonna call it, I don't know. What could user have? Problem. So users have problems. And permissions there will be to any kind of permissions. Permissions full, okay? The users can do whatever. And then we have content, something of the problem, doesn't matter. Users have full access. Okay? So I can run this. You can see that inside the designer, we have our problem. And this still has some issues here. The query was not executed. Close. And run again. This should give it a decent reset. Okay, now it works. So we got the problem, but why don't we have... Oh, shoot. Shoot. What was it here? Because I rewrote the comment thing by accident again. Okay, let's redefine you. Good. So content will be on the problem, not on a comment. And type string. Bam. Now we should have it. I guess it's good to check that designer from time to time. Great. So we've got the problem. So that means we can create it. So now let's define event on problem created. Okay. And what's going to happen is that on table problem, when event is created, okay, then and we'll do our stuff. First of all, when we did on the created, we want to basically problem 2, whatever, problem 2, and we'll just have the same thing defined here. So whenever this is created, create the problem 2, okay, and set content to be the content that we set on the first problem, okay? That's it. Bam, bam. So this should work in a way that now when we create the problem, we do set content is walala. I'm gonna run it. It should create that problem and then problem 2 with the same content. I run it, created this one, and go to Explorer. Problem is here. Problem 2 doesn't exist. Why not? Am I missing something from events? Because in theory, the user has access to the problem 2. Let me just check the syntax for event, because I'm not 100% sure that I'm doing it correctly now. Event equals create. Oh, thank you. So we run this and we're good, and we'll create another problem, and that means that we have 3 of them here. Oh, because we ran out twice by accident. And this one is here. So if I'm gonna go and do ha 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 ha, I should create ha 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 in both. You've got it in problem 1, you have it here, and problem 2, we have it here as well. So that worked. But what if I'm gonna override the problem 2, permissions none. Okay, I'm gonna remove all the permissions from problem 2. What I think is gonna happen is that the event will fail. Okay, that's what I think is gonna happen. But at the same time, I will love to be able to specify that, hey, this is event. It was defined by the database admin, therefore it should have full controls, whatever. So that's the thing. That's the thing. I want to see what's gonna happen if I'm gonna try to create problem of like sad face. Okay, run. Created the content. Explorer. Problem 2, refresh. It created problem 2, even though there are no permissions. Okay. That makes me happy. But at the same time, there's no documentation for it. And people could assume either way. But if events run with suddenly full permissions, that's great news, because that means that, oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'm running it from here, not from the user that actually uses permissions. Sorry about that. So let's make 4 exclamation marks here, and I'm gonna run it from the actual frontend. Oh geez. Guess I need some sleep to reset my head. Okay, let's see if it works the same way here. Let's refresh it and run the query. The exclamations got created, and let's see if in the database it worked or didn't. So here we have exclamation marks, here we have exclamation mark. Okay, so it works the same. So events don't run as record users anymore. They run as something. Huh. I've got an idea. Let's say that we add a field. It will be user data or whatever, user ID. Okay. On table problem. Okay. And type will be record. So that will be the user ID here. And value is the auth.id, hopefully. Okay. And then we're gonna do define. We're gonna do the same thing, but this will be the user session, and we're just gonna dump the whole session here. I want to see if those fields gonna get created. Okay. Then the same fields will be running on the problem 2. And therefore, I'm just gonna do an extra fun thing. Delete problem and delete problem 2. So let's run this. Bam. We should have it empty now. Problem 1, nothing. Problem 2, nothing. We clear the database. I believe I run those two, right? So let me just see in a designer. We see the user session and user ID, and I just need to update. The user session should be not record, it should be, doesn't matter what it is. It just exists, okay? Bam, and bam. Let's just see if that got updated. Yes, we don't have the type specified, so I assume it should take any, or we can actually say it any, right? So type any. Let's do that. I feel safer that way. All right, and the designer, we can see that there are any. Perfect. So we can just put whatever goes there. So now I can run it here as those 4 exclamation, like this is the system user 1. Okay, because I'm running it as system user. What the hell's gonna happen? Found none for field user ID with record this, but expected a record. Oh, I see. Let's do any for this one as well. And maybe that's gonna be good enough to see if there is anything in there. And we probably want to just dump the whole auth. Yeah. Oops, I wrote it on problem 1 table, which doesn't exist. That means that we just probably created the table. Yeah, problem 1. Delete. Okay, good. So now let's try to create it again. System user 1, bam. ID is this, session is empty. Oh. Why are we supposed to, oh, I see. Probably value is not available within session. It's only available within, I mean, the session isn't available within value. Maybe it's available only within something else, because session should be available everywhere. So I guess it might be only in permission statement. Huh. Because that means we're not gonna check anything after all. Gonna go to explore. Problem 1 has this. It's empty user session. The same thing happens here. So I guess we can't check what user is running the query. We can't save that. But what if I'm gonna run the same thing as the normal user? Maybe something will be filled out. Huh. Because somehow the auth shouldn't be empty. Because you can use it inside a normal query to set something. And that means I also need to specify it in the event that create set content as this. And then we have the user ID. Yeah, let's just do that. User ID is auth and session is session. Let's try to do it this way maybe. And let's see what happens. So this will be the event. Okay. So therefore these don't have values specified. They're just type any, and we don't care about the value because we're gonna set them manually. Okay, that means we're gonna do set content as this, and user ID and session we set here as well. Well, the user ID is the whole auth object, but should be an ID after all. So what if I'm gonna try it again? It's just, let's go to problem here, delete, problem 2, delete. We're starting from scratch again. Run the selection. Okay, so both session and user ID are empty here for some reason. What the heck? Token is token. Can I define this as schemaless? Permissions none for this. Permissions full for problem on its own. There we go. Now we should just have something. Let's make it number 2 and run. Oh, we have, oh, that's interesting. So look at that. When we had this, the schema set to any, it didn't accept session object. That's weird. Now when we have it schemaless and still is any, it's fine. I guess there's something about any that doesn't allow everything. Very strange. But okay, at least we know that. The user ID is not set, but at least session and token is set. Okay. So I want to add the token setting here as well. Oh, there's a new flexible keyword. Oh, I see. Oh, it's probably not new. I recall now, kind of recall something. So that's probably just to specify that the one thing is, yeah, I remember now. Define field and defining data types, flexible data types. Flexible type allow you to have schemaless functionality on a schemaful table. This is necessary for working with nested objects. Object types which by nature do not have defined fields. Okay, because this is not just the object is set to null. So we're getting the session to be an empty object. I would just need to define also that the fields of it, of that thing are supposed to be also any. Well, here you could just specify that the field is flexible type object or flexible type any, and it will allow it to do whatever you want. I see. Thanks for reminding me that. It makes 100% sense. Alrighty, so I just added token here. Run it. Good. So we have it up to date. So let's just create user 3, and that's the one we're gonna look at. Okay, system user 3, we have the session, we have the token. All good. I mean, the session already have the token here. 1 and 2. So now in the Explorer, what problem? We can see that thing. We have the session, we have the token, no user ID, no user session separately, whatever. Problem 2. We have the number 3. We got the object. So connection and everything. What is the token? Token is the same as the system user. Okay. All right. And I just need to make sure. Designer. Problem 2. Permissions. None for everything. So I'm gonna copy that statement over to our front-end user. And we're gonna run that statement. It'll be the front end user. We're gonna do one, and it's gonna paste in the token, session, and auth, right? That should do it. So let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen. Refresh and log in. We got the thing created. Okay. Session is put in. Token user ID is the whole record user. So that's great. I mean, it's just another secret, just the ID of the user record, because that's what the auth parameter is after all. Okay. Good. Now, did it create the problem 2? Frontend user 1. User is set. So the auth was passed. The token was passed. The session was passed. Everything is set. So that went through. It's just permission checking is disabled, at least for the table. What about if I'm gonna explicitly disallow setting the content? Because I want to be 100% sure. So let's say override, and that was the content on table problem, type string, permission full. Okay. For the problem, permissions will be full on it. Bam. For the problem 2, permissions will be none on that field. Bam. So I'm just gonna system user 4, go for it, and let's see. System user 4. We've got everything nicely specified. That's good. Problem 2, system user 4. Okay, it's still set. Everything is here. Great. So now I'm gonna do the thing from the front end. Just make it number 2 for the front end user query, and refresh and run. Okay, it still got created. We didn't get any errors. So let's just inspect it. Front end user 2. Everything is nicely set. But for problem 2 here, front end user 2 is again still is set. So I should be able to, I just want to make sure, select everything from problem. I want to run that because this should just complete fine. Run the thing. Yes, we got 6 elements. That's great. Okay. But what if I'm gonna try to get it from problem 2? This should fail. This is supposed to fail. I'm just verifying I'm not doing something stupid. Yeah, it fails. We don't have access to it. Okay, so it's official. If you have events, the events won't, even though it's a record user does something with a record or a relation, the events will run without checking permissions. Events will just do whatever they're supposed to, which makes me really, 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 really happy. Because that means we can have those count updates and everything and have things that check themselves automatically, maybe correct values or prevent things from actually happening. Great. Yeah. So that means I can finish the liked. And not here. And here. Metherdate says, that's cool. I've wondered, I wonder about that, and never made big enough example to check. Can take a long time to put together, as your stream shows. Yeah, especially when you're like checking many things out, if it works or not. And Taras showed up on the stream. Said I have a small reason to celebrate today. Stacks was approved for chocolatey. Oh wow, congratulations! That's awesome news. Took me 2 months, but it is not part of official chocolate community feed. It's time to update README for Windows instructions. Wow, congratulations. That's big news. Huh. I'll keep pushing that tool. Okay, so in liked, now we know that the event will actually run when I create a like, because when I create the event, it can count it, update the count, even if the table, even if the user doesn't have access to the table. So that's great. We can have that, but also because of that, we cannot assert if whatever we're pointing at exists or not. So this assert needs to go away. Okay? Because we're not able to check it. We don't have access to either posts or comments of other people. But what we can do is in our create event. Yeah, this again begs for splitting create and delete. So let's do if event is create. Then do this, and we're gonna have a separate one for delete. So for create, we just add one. That's gonna make it a little bit more readable, although no big deal. While if it's delete, we're gonna decrease it by 1. But when we create, we also want to, before we even increase anything, if after out .id is none, throw can't create, can't like something that doesn't exist. Okay, and then another if statement, which will be for the n. No, n we're already checking, so that's good enough. Okay, good. N we're already checking if it exists because it's the user. So for the n, where is it? N. We actually don't need to check for that. No check is required. We just need to do permissions for create, where n. Wait, how do I check? Oh, I just check the value here for when n is the same as alt ID. In this way, we can create only things. Do we need to do it in permissions, or we just do it in assert? Because assert would be kind of more pleasant, right? So assert that the value ID of whoever likes something is the same as the auth ID. Yeah, this should work. But then it's not gonna work for system users. Oh no. So we come back to this assert for system users so that system users don't make a mistake and create something. And by system users, I also mean events. Okay. But additionally, permissions for create where ID is the auth ID. So that if it is actual front-end user running, they can only link from themselves and not link that somebody else likes something, because that will be pretty bad. That would ruin few relationships probably. Yeah. Well, when deleting, we don't care about that. We just need to make sure that things are right. Okay. And the user, what are the permissions of the user for creating likes? Permissions for select, where access is users and ID is auth ID. Huh? Where N is the auth ID. Okay, so the user will be able to view only their own likes, not somebody else's. And then, additionally, for delete, where it's also their own like. So they should be only able to create and delete their own likes. There's no extra data to edit here, so that should be enough. In and out, they have access to create that because, of course, index, no relation, no permissions involved. And then with events, yeah, with events, it's all good. Great. So I guess we can just run this whole thing and see if we're gonna get somewhere. Hopefully we're gonna get somewhere. Run it. Oh. Let new count is this. There was a problem. Expected this delimiter to close. Oh, I didn't close it. Really? So let me just run those first, just to make sure these are fine. Run. Good. Now, this one here, we have this opened, closed. This opened and closed. Oh, we're missing a semicolon here. Okay. Bam, run, good. Copy, paste, run, good. Okay, we're good. There's progress. So now I should be able to specify that the user likes a post. So let's do it. So it'll be basically relate auth ID, because that's the user, to, I can just do auth. So relate me to, as in liked, and what like post 1. Okay, I want the user to like a post 1. So let's plop in here. Not here. This one. There we go. So I want the user to basically like a post 1. So let's save it and let's run it. I should just probably make a text box here to just paste them in. Okay, nothing returned, which is strange. What just happened? No likes was created. Explorer liked. Nothing got created. Why is that? Auth should be itself, right? Like post this. Liked. Yep. So we didn't get any error. No response. Why? Liked. Permissions for select, where access is users. Yep. And N is auth ID. So that should be fine. I mean, I can just do .id, right? If that makes a difference, that'll be really dumb, but who knows? Click. There was a problem with the database. Please inspect token period. Expect a relation. Oh, ay, 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 ay. Really? I guess we need to wrap everything in parentheses here. So that's saved. Let's refresh, and at least we know tries to send a request. Again, didn't create anything. Oh, Taras is saying, when is a game jam? The game jam starts Friday. The title will be released at 1 p.m. I mean, the topic, whatever theme, will be announced at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be streaming later because at that time, at that point, I'm working. But I actually got 3 other people working with me, so we'll see how that goes. 2 other coders and 1 artist. So yes, I'll be streaming. I'll be streaming on Friday, probably 8 p.m. or something. Depends on how long the conversation will go with what we're actually doing, because there'll be this whole game idea thing, what needs to happen, and whatnot. And then over the weekend, do I have video on demand? Yes, you would probably find out on YouTube. VODs, as in if you want to watch later. Yeah, I think on Twitch they're also enabled for 7 days or something. So yeah. And over the weekend I'll be probably 12 hours streaming a day or something. I'll need to figure out, probably we'll need to get Xfinity modem again, because if you have Xfinity and you have your own modem, they limit your data to like 1.2 terabyte of download and upload. All right, see you around. Take care. Okay, so what is not working here? Again, not this. This should be correct. Oh, wait. Select, delete, and create. Ha. Create and delete. And we can have it all as one-liner. Look at that. Silly mistakes. Very silly mistakes. We'll just paste it here. Bam. Update. Now, I should be able to refresh. Click. And we got the relation happen. Look at that. Beautiful. And out. And ID. And if I'm gonna go here and try to say, you know what? Select everything from post 1, this should fail because the user doesn't have access to the post. There we go. Nothing. Great. That means that this got created, and we can go in here, Explorer, liked. We have our first liked, and automatically we can see that our post, hopefully, likes count. Nothing. Why not? Oh, because it wasn't 0 initially. Oops. So let's just fix that quickly, and we're gonna make simply update, and will be all of the posts set likes count. That was the name. Post we have likes count and comments count. Likes count is 0, comments count is 0. Okay, we're gonna update all the posts. Right, they have those numbers. Now I'm additionally, because we can refresh, and there we go, there are the numbers. I know that post 1 is supposed to have 1. I'm just making sure that it's correct now. Because remember, we created those, we added those posts before we had that value, therefore no defaults were set. So now, this is 1, right? Likes count 1. If I'm gonna tell the user to delete that like, we can probably have something working, right? It should turn back to 0. So let's do delete. How do we select them now? Delete liked where in, I mean, out, as in what it points at, is post 1. So we're trying to delete all the likes that point to the post 1. But because this user can view only the likes they have, we can run that simple query. All right. I believe it would kind of improve it if we had some other stuff, but yeah, I can see it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that this internally will find all the likes, basically all the likes, and let's go over them one by one until it finds, you know, the ones that point to the post. So if we have the out indexed, it's gonna be faster. But additionally, when we find all those likes of the post 1, we're really looking for only single one. But the thing is that it will go over everything that points to post 1. And then for each of those ones that will find it, we'll run the permission check. So in our case, we could probably do and in is off. And this way, the database can use the whole index because we have index defined for both sides. And it's gonna run faster. Or additionally, in the future, I wonder if it would be possible to, on some specific, maybe not relations, but on some areas, like a comment would be to actually index the author themselves too, so that you can just look up in the index, you know, give me only the things that are related to this user that makes a query. And then this way you don't have to run the permission checks on a million things or something. So there's room for improvement, and this should already kind of make the unique index. So let's try to run this and see what happens. Refresh, run. Oh, cannot perform subtraction with none and 1. What? So try to subtract. It's just we have a little oopsie somewhere. Let's see. So in our likes, liked, whatever. Likes count is new count. This behaves as if there are no likes somewhere. So after, delete, we need to have before. Because when we delete something, after it is blank, we don't, after deletion, there's nothing. So we need to do whatever this will pointing at, whatever post this will pointing out at before the deletion. We need to decrease it. Ha! So let's just update this. And okay, let's just make sure that our like is still there. Yeah, the like is still there. Good. So now we can simply go and execute the query once more. Click. Cannot execute update statement using value none. Okay, more errors. The same thing before. Rookie mistake. All right. And once more. Please work. Okay. Worked as in we didn't get anything in return, which is a normal thing for delete. Yeah, the only thing is that allows us to previous stuff, which is kind of scary. All right, so we are going to do this here and explore. When we refresh likes, there's no more like. And our post likes count 0. There we go. So there should be nothing stopping us from just going undo a million times. And we can try to relate again, okay? Relate that you like this post, or maybe that you like post 1 and post 2, okay? Like those 2 posts, please. So save it and refresh, click, 2 posts liked. Great, okay? So now and here, when we're gonna refresh, nothing happened, of course. Our likes got created, but our posts weren't updated. Why is that? Likes count. I mean, decreasing worked. That didn't happen, so that's good. Create. Ah, look at that, because both have. So let's do delete. Let's also remove this event because we just redefined the event. That's the problem. First of all, let's remove the event. Remove event. Bam, on table liked. Okay, no more event. We need to have on create update likes count and on delete update likes count. So we're gonna add those in a second. I just gonna want to quickly remove those likes in the background just to keep things clean. Delete, because right now we don't have event for that deletion either. Therefore, the post should still stay at count 0, right? Yeah. So now we're gonna define those events. Previously that didn't work because first it created this one and then it overrode the previous one because it had the same name. So that's the pitfall of the override. If you use it, you risk your own life. But sometimes there's not a way around, especially when you're developing things. Okay, so now we have those defined. So now when I go and refresh and create again, they got created. All right. Liked. We got 2 likes. Cool. And post. Okay, those 2 posts have likes now. Beautiful. And just to make sure, I won't be able to like something that doesn't exist, right? So not here. Here. Let's say that I want to like post number 10 and 20. Those posts don't exist. Okay. Save it. And we're gonna go refresh. Click. Error response message. An error occurred. Can't like something that doesn't exist. Beautiful. What if I'm gonna try to like post number 2 and 3? They both exist. But instead of me liking it, it'll be user that doesn't exist, like user hello. We don't have such user. But let's try it. Refresh. Click. We got nothing. And we got nothing because when I was trying to create it, the permissions were responded, which means that, they disallowed it. Because we have that you can select, create, and delete only the ones that in matches your ID. And here, they weren't matching it. So they were just straight up ignored. Like, you don't have access, silently just say like, nope, didn't work. Won't tell you more because any kind of telling you more could be a risk of revealing something about the database. Okay. And if we to take a peek again here, nothing got created. Okay. Oh, I'm so happy. And that means we can also create like a comment, right? Do we have the comments here or something? Comment. So we have a comment here. For example, this one's approved. If we like a comment, we should actually also have a check. Oh, we probably won't be able to like a comment that hasn't been approved. Yeah, we won't be able to because simply it won't exist for the user where they try to approve it and check. Or will it? Let me just check our code. So if I'm going to try to create like, where out is pointing to a comment, this will get triggered. And if the out ID is none, it won't fail. So it will try to increase its like count and will get created, even though it's not approved. Oh, that's not good. So suddenly we would have a logic inside here that does something, even if something is check if something was approved. So that's the messy part where, we have checks for various things in random places, but I guess we can't avoid that. So we would basically need to make that if after dot out, and we probably need to we need to check if that table meta tb as in get a table of the thing is comment. So if we're creating the thing on the comment, and after dot out dot approved is not exactly true, can like an unapproved comment. But that also means that we're revealing that there is a comment of this ID. But I can live with that because the moment it's proved, everyone can see it anyway. So let's just update this guy and let's try it out. Of course. Missing semicolon at the end. Okay, so if that's the case, let's take a peek at what comments we have so we can copy an ID. First, I'm gonna try to... we also need to have this whole... because we have post, content, approved. We don't have the... what was it? Likes count. We didn't run that part. So comment. Comment. There we go. That's why it wasn't created. So running a comment. Comment tab integer default 0 permissions none for select full. Why is it a problem out of the blue? If we had the thing on post, comments count, no problem, right? What is different here? Table and default. Oh, permissions. Oh, because suddenly we need to have specific permissions for the thing. So really, oh, so I can't just do this. I would need to do for update or create, update, delete, none. That's for the comment, but that means that when I create a comment, I cannot set the comment stuff. Oh dear. So I guess when I create it, I cannot specify the value, but default will be set. That's another question. How does that work? We're gonna try it in a second. So create, update, delete will be none, and for select will be full. Maybe that will work. Yes, that worked. So inside our comment, I want to just make sure that I can actually create a comment. So we should have the file test data. We don't have a data for creating a comment. Oh well. Create comment set. And what the hell do we have? Content of the comment is like give up already. Okay. What are other things for the comments? Give up already. Author, which should be self, and post. So we do author, auth, okay, and then we're gonna have post, which will be post 2, for example, and I think that'll be it, right? Because reply to will be nothing, likes count. We shouldn't be able to set it, right? We don't have permissions to set it, and approve. Also, we don't have any way to actually set it. So that should be, what the hell just happened? Why am I in 2 spots suddenly? Yeah, this should work. So let's try it. Here and input type v model will be query. Okay. So we create a query. The query, just in case. So now we have constant. The query will be reference, and we need to import reference. Yeah. And we're just gonna say the query is this, the query dot value. That's it. No more of that. At least I'm just gonna comment it out for now. Save. And oops. What the hell is happening? We have our text field. Yes, we can place our, oh dear god, this is so ugly. I have Tailwind here, right? Do I have anything else here? Is there multi-line or something? Don't like HTML at times. Tailwind. Make input multi-line. Okay. Text area. Oh, was it text area? Oh, text area. Oh, that's why. Rows and all that stuff. Sure. Text area. Rows. 20, because why not? And the model, well, that's the work. Yes, and class. Full width. It's max width. Oh, this is some kind of random flow by. That's what it is. Tailwind CSS. Please give me docs. Because I'm so tired of pasting stuff in. With W dash full or something like that. W full. Please be full. Yes. Paste. Okay, great. We can actually paste stuff in. Okay. One more change because it drives me nuts. Text. How the hell did I define somewhere else? Oh no, I'm forgetting everything. Pages, index. I have BG somewhere, right? Fill. Okay. Text skin something. Text skin dark. Text skin very dark. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Wrong font, but we'll live. Okay. Oh, whoa. Non-props. What? Okay. So now I can click, wait, refresh, paste, run. Found posts 2 for field posts. With record this, but field must conform to valid ID and this. So I tried to create a comment, post 2, and it complains because it's a wrong value. Okay. What? It's not a wrong value. This reply to post. Is it that I can't do something specific? Strange. Not this one. Let me just solve that problem and we'll be finishing for today because this is dragging on a little bit long today. So comment. For the post, we're specifying that the post needs to exist. Therefore, we cannot specify the comment because the post doesn't exist. Oh, I see. So this is again something where we don't need to do any weird shenanigans. We just need to make sure that the reply to is either none or the same as the value that we're specifying. But we need an event. And this will be on post. On post specified. Okay. On table comment. So when the event is create and before post is no. On post created or comment created. So what I'm gonna quickly do is actually make it that we can't change the post that it directs to the comment. Read only, please. Yeah, there we go. So we have our create. On the event created, we just need to make sure that the post exists. Because the event runs without checking the permissions anymore, we can basically say if the after dot post dot id is none, oops, can comment on something that doesn't exist. There we go. And that's it. So we need this thingy on a comment and we're gonna run it here. Bam. And additionally, we updated the post itself. That we're not checking those things. And do we need to do anything else? We just need to make sure the likes count is 0 on everything. So update comment likes count, yeah. Set likes count to 0. Okay. None for field approved with record. So we've got this and approved is this dot approved or false. I hope this is gonna update the empty ones. Unknown for field author with record this but expected record user. Oh no, what the hell? What kind of comments do I have there? Where are they coming from? Let's just remove the failed comments. Comment. Look at this. This doesn't have anything specified. How was this allowed? Delete. This. Delete. Now it should be fine. Therefore, my query doesn't have to have any of those weird stuff. There we go. Okay. So now we get back to the front end where we try to create a comment for the post that exists. And now it should work because yes, now we created it. Okay, we created it. So let's take a peek. And after that, we're finishing. So we go to the liked. Oh, wait, we created a comment. Sorry. So we just created a new comment, right? This comment here. All right, give up already. And approved will set to nothing. Okay. So that means that we need to update our approved. I'm gonna delete this thing, this comment, because it's invalid right now. So inside our comment, when we set approved, we have default false. So what we want to do is value should be input or false. So the input will be whatever we're trying to set it to. And if it's nothing, which initially, we're not doing anything, should be nothing, then set it. And this should also be default. I hope this is gonna work. Let's do it. If not, we might be in a pickle. Because suddenly we are forced to have stuff that we don't want in our base. Okay. I mean, we can still set it in the when we create comment, it just makes itself not approved. So that's a workaround. So we can go here and recreate that comment. Run. Oh, found none for field approved with record this, but not expected a boolean. Oh no. So nope. Value. Let's just do default. False. Doesn't matter at this point. So we're just gonna do it the same here. Default false. Okay. So that stays here. And basically when we create it, we need to do update after .id, right? Set approved is false. Okay, we just do that. Although we could make them auto-approve. But I'm not going there yet. I'm just gonna add to do. This is an opportunity to automatically approve the comment if it's the author's comment. Okay, that's all it is. But that's a to do. So we don't care about it today. And this should fix our problem with the this should solve the problem of the approved not being set because we cannot touch it. So if we go to Explorer, into comments, refresh, either is set to true or false at the moment. And if we're gonna go to the front end and try to create a comment again, hopefully it's gonna work this time. Click. No, found none for field likes count with record comment, but expected an end. So now it's unhappy because likes count isn't being set. Default is 0. So I guess permissions for likes count for creation is none. So we need to do the same thing here. So when we create it, set approved to false and likes count 0. So that's kind of janky. I don't exactly like this behavior, but I don't think we have any way around it at this point. At least we're learning that, this is the thing to do. Wait, where's the code? Comma missing as always. There we go. So comments, still nothing. We go to the front end, run. Now we create a comment. And what do we have here? Author, content created, add, ID, post. And we don't have the likes count yet because it's not being, because whatever happens after the event doesn't really update what's gonna be returned. So we don't see the likes count and we don't see if it's approved or not. We just got what we created. But if we were query for it, it will probably show up or not if it's approved. I guess another little thingy to do. But we'll take over that later. So in here, I'm gonna refresh. We have approved not, likes count 0. So the only thing left now is basically go and do, we have the ID here. Yes, we have the ID. Awesome. So we can actually write it here. Relate auth liked and will be comment this. And right now it should complain that it's not approved. So I guess I don't have the, no, I should be able to just click, right? Nope. I have some weird error of that. I'll need to fix that. Click. An error occurred. Can't like an unapproved comment. So I would basically need to have the comment approved first, which means that I need to basically go and approve it here. Relate user, and we'll see what approved, and then will be comment this thing, this comment. That's how we're gonna approve it. I'm just need to check the user that actually wrote the thingy, so Ben author, because not everyone can do. Everything's being checked. Everything has rules, which is kind of awesome. So run this. Approved. We go to our Explorer for the comment. Refresh. Now it shows approved. So I can go to the front end. And can I like the comment? Can't like an unapproved comment. What? I just approved it. Uh, 7dbd. Yeah. What? Can't like an unapproved comment. I can't query it or something? Liked. If this thing is comment and oh, after, not actor, after. Now I should be able to run it. I couldn't because of typo. Bam, now I like the comment. Great. So if we go back here, explore, we see the liked, and we can see the out is comments. So that's the like that we just created. And when I go to comments, this comment has likes already because a user liked it. So you can like your own comment if you want at this moment, at least. So yeah, that's basically it. We learned a lot, I think. And hello, Pancake Dev. Sorry, I'm not good at reading stuff today. Yeah, everything works now, so that's good. All right, so I'll be finishing today. We didn't get as far as I hoped for, but at the same time, it turns out there was way more to learn here. Just about, how really events work. I'm really glad that events work the way they do, where they run without permissions, because that suddenly enables all the things that, if that wouldn't be the case, I wouldn't be able to use this system for user permissions, because suddenly it means I will need to open up the whole database. But if events run without permissions, without permission checks, that's awesome. Although it would be nice to have an option to specify that, this event, please retain the permissions and whatnot and run it with that. This way, whatever fails, fails and whatnot. Because this will be a good way to reuse some of the things and keep safety without, copy pasty and crazy stuff. So yeah, that's that. And I guess we'll continue this adventure next Wednesday. So that'll be that. And next stream will be on Friday. And this will be 4 days of crazy streamings because of the game jam. And yeah, that's gonna be that. See you next time then. Sure. It was, again, great help to have you around and help out. Because you have a little bit more experience with that database than me, that's for sure. All right, so again, thank you. Thank everyone for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And if you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. You can also join my Discord. It's very, very, very tiny. Just something like 4 users right now, but it's gonna grow. And see you on Friday.